Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 commencement of Northern Caribbean University is about to begin. Dr. 𝐕𝐈𝐄𝐖 presiding. At the head of this august procession is our Grand Marshal, Professor Paul Giles, Dean of Graduate Studies, proudly bearing the university mace, the enduring symbol of the authority, heritage, and academic integrity of our institution. The bearer of the University Gonfalon, Bradford Lyons, President of the graduating class, advances with the banner of our beloved NCU, the beacon on the hill. We now welcome our doctoral candidates from the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences. The bearer of the Gonfalon for the College of Business and Management, Miss Katrina Edwards, followed by the Marshal for the College of Business and Management, Miss Merlin Senior, Assistant Professor, followed by the candidates for master's degrees and other candidates for the college. Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences, Mr. Prince Hartley, followed by the Marshal for the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences, Mrs. Ralna Simmons Allen, instructor, followed by candidates for master's degrees and other candidates from the college. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished faculty, ordered by academic rank. First, the professors, then the associate professors, the assistant professors, and finally, our committed instructors. Our deans, Dr. Marjorie Buckley, Dean of the College of Business and Management, Dr. Vincent Peterkin, Dean of the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences, Dr. Daniel Alida, Dean of the College of Education and Leadership, Dr. Caroline McLean, Interim Dean of the College of Natural and Applied Sciences, Allied Health and Nursing, and Dr. Milton Gregory, Interim Dean of the School of Religion and Theology. They are joined by the University Registrar, Miss Shauna Rose. Help me welcome our Vice Presidents and Provosts. Vice President for Student Services, Mrs. Carolyn Marie Smith. We have our Chief Information Officer, Dr. Michael Reed, followed by the Vice President of Finance, Facilities and Industries, Dr. Gary Francis, followed by our Associate Provost for University Administration, Dr. Charlene Sharp, and we have Mr. Garfield Smith from the Office of Finance and Industry, followed by our Administrative Council members. Welcome the members of the University Board, the guardians of the mission and future of this noble institution. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to present the Interim President of Northern Caribbean University, Dr. 𝐕𝐈𝐄𝐖, accompanied by her party. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem.
pray. Our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for this day as we have gathered on the campus of Northern Caribbean University for their 2026 commencement service. Oh, gracious God, we thank you so much for life. You are the source of all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We thank you, Lord, for every graduate. You have seen them through these many years, and you have brought them this day to celebrate. Every degree that will be conferred today is a testimony of your grace, their hard work, and the support of their family, friends, and faculty. God, thank you for their parents through whom they have received life, and guardians who have sacrificed for this day. We pray, divine God, that you will plant in them the spirit of excellence, integrity, and service, as NCU has instilled in them service for God and for their fellow men. Go before them in every classroom, church, the community, and Lord, be with them and remind them that they are there to serve according to your will. Bless each participant today. Bless our guest speaker. Anoint her with your words. We dedicate this service to you in the name of our Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the blessed Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. Dr. Kent Price, President of the Atlantic Caribbean Union Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, and Vice Chairman of the University Board, and Mrs. Price, and their guests, are the members of the University Board and their guests, Dr. 𝐕𝐈𝐄𝐖, Interim President of Northern Caribbean University, or the members of the University Administration and her guests, Dr. Leonard Johnson, General Vice President of the General Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, and Mrs. Johnson and their guest, Dr. Baru, Director of Public Affairs and Religious Liberty at the General Conference of Seventh-day Adventists in the United States of America, and his guest, Dr. Ellie Henry, Associate Director for Public Affairs and Religious Liberty at the General Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, and Mrs. Henry and their guests, Dr. Balvin B. Braham, Vice President of the Inter-American Division of the General Conference of Seventh-day Adventists and President-elect of Northern Caribbean University, and Mrs. Braham and their guests, Pastor Everett Brown, Associate Director of Personal Ministries, Sabbath School, and Field Secretary of the Inter-American Division of Seventh-day Adventists, and Mrs. Brown and their guests, Dr. Andy Aim, Associate Director of the Department of Public Campus Ministries at the Michigan Conference of Seventh-day Adventists and Director of the Institute of Adventist Apologetics for Campuses, Miss Paula Llewellyn, and I would add my friend, Attorney at Law, King's Counsel, and the former Director of Public Prosecution, and the 2026 Northern Caribbean University Second Commencement Speaker and her guests, officers, workers of the Jamaica Union Conference and the Atlantic Caribbean Union Mission of Seventh-day Adventists and their guests, His Worship the Mayor of Mandeville, Councillor Donovan Mitchell, or the members of the Manchester Municipal Council, members of the Jamaican government and the parliamentary opposition, Mr. Danita Murray, Director of Alumni Affairs and Advancement at Northern Caribbean University, and members of the North American chapter of Northern Caribbean University Alumni Association and their guests. Other guests, specially invited guests, civic leaders, faculty, staff, and students of Northern Caribbean University, alumni, family, guardians, and friends, joining us physically or on any of our virtual platforms, members of the graduating class of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am sure that if the person who wrote that every institution is but the length and shadow of a brilliant student and brilliant lecturers, then they wrote without any equivocation concerning this bright-looking, prosperous, soon to be making plenty money members of the class of 2026. Can I hear it for yourselves? See how quickly they confirm the money part of it? I just want to remind you of the stirring message yesterday by our baccalaureate speaker that you remember to give God his portion. On behalf of the Board of Governors of this noble institution, it is my supreme delight and immense pleasure to say to you, you have arrived safely at graduation 2026. Congratulations to you, your parents, and those who have sacrificed, those who have given tangibly for your journey up to this point. Your theme is underlined primarily by a close examination of the issues of our times that forced Abraham Lincoln, looking at his time, to declare, I have been driven many times to my knees by the overwhelming conviction that there is no better place to go. If there is any other time that that statement could well be true, it is at this time where the world in which you have arrived have more banks and financial entities than at any other time in the history of the world. And yet everywhere you turn, you hear the cry about money trouble. If you take a look, you'll understand that your theme is underlined against the backdrop that our world currently have more universities and high schools and places of higher learning than any other time in our nation's history. And yet we have more barbaric behavior, as is evidenced in the issue of crime, violence, social inequities. It is true then that to educate a man in mind and not in morals only, to educate him in mind only and not in morals also, is but to make him a menace to society. Someone rightly said that an ignorant thief will steal the tire from your self-driving car, but an educated thief will steal the car even with the keys in your hands. Your education then must be rooted in deep transformation. You have heard that word repeated several times since last evening. And I would want to say that our society is waiting for you, because evidence in the fact that you have chosen this theme is the declaration that you are making, that in terms of transformed mind and the Christ-centered future, you have learned and you are prepared to place conviction over convenience. You have learned and you are prepared to make sure that you will not sacrifice your integrity on the altar of expediency. You have learned and you are prepared to go from this place to rightly represent this noble institution, declaring from your God-given intention that the best days for NCU are yet to come, because you will transform your space. You will transform your surroundings because you have learned God in this place. Allow me then to express on behalf of the board our profound gratitude to the former president, Dr. Lincoln P. Edwards, and members of his cabinet, the academic, the professional circles that guided your development up to this point. Allow me also to express thanks to the acting president serving in between Dr. Edwards' time and the new interim president. But permit me to express profound gratitude to our former board chairman, Pastor Everett Brown, and members of the board who are not now serving. I believe it is fitting that we put our hands together for the services rendered over the past 15 years under his leadership as board chairman. Somebody whispered to me when he was shaking hands, and I said, "Congratulations." He said, "It's been a long time coming." I don't know, Dr. Peterkin, whether it was Sam Cooke, you are better at those things than I am, but somebody wrote, "It's been a long time coming, but this I know, change." I hear it. It's going to come. Congratulations. You have come to this moment, guided by the hand of God, and He will guide you through the rest of the journey. On behalf of the members of the board, we express to you our prayers and our heartiest congratulations to you. May God bless you for the rest of your journey. Singing in the past. And as the choir is coming up, I shall invite him, but not to practice his non-singing craft at this noble ceremony. But it is my delight to share with you that after weeks of a rigorous process and prayerful engagement, the chair of the search committee in representing that group presented names to the Board of Governors, and after earnest prayer, the board voted the next president of the Northern Caribbean University to be Dr. Balvin Burns Braham. He is married, and he comes with his wife and 2 daughters. I present to you the president-elect for Northern Caribbean University, Dr. Balvin Burns Braham, who served up to this point for many years as General Vice President of the Inter-American Division of Seventh-day Adventists. Behold the President.
Chairman of the Board of Governors of Northern Caribbean University, and Vice Chairman, members of the Board of Governors, faculty, staff, alumni, donors, friends, members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, graduates. It is a great pleasure that I accept the responsibility that is given to me to serve as the next president of Northern Caribbean University. God has prepared me with a beautiful family, my wife Annette, our two daughters, Shavani and Jelaine, and a son-in-law. They have served with me for years as I travel the length and breadth of the Inter-American Division and beyond to serve our Lord, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and God's people. Northern Caribbean University serves Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, the Bahamas, as well as the Turks and Caicos Islands. And I pledge and commit that by the grace of God, I will work together with the team here on campus to make sure that as we write the next chapter in the history of this great university, that this university under God will touch lives, will continue to shape nations and communities, and that this university will continue to prepare people not just for the joys of service in this life, but for the higher joys of wider service in the life to come. And therefore, graduates, as you go from here with transformed minds, centered in Christ, for that Christ-centered future, I trust that you will never forget what NCU has done for you. To all of us, I say, the best is yet to come as together we collaborate to fulfill the mission of this great institution and hasten the coming of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. God bless you all, and I look forward to serving you in Northern Caribbean University. God bless you.
If Dr. Phyllis Grace Palmer is here, I'm going to ask her to join me. Madam Interim President, Chairman, and other members of the Board of Governors, distinguished faculty, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to present Dr. Phyllis Grace Palmer, a distinguished healthcare professional, a servant of God, and a friend to mankind, as one of the recipients of the President's Medallion for 2026. Dr. Phyllis Grace Palmer, a native of the parish of St. Anne, received her formative education at the Ewerton Primary School and later graduated from Kingsway High School. From an early age, she aspired to become a British-trained nurse, and after many applications, she was accepted into the Sunderland School of Nursing at Newcastle University Hospital, Tyne and Wear, United Kingdom, near the England-Scotland border. She successfully completed her training and qualified as a registered nurse, later advancing her studies to become a certified midwife. She was subsequently recruited by the government of the Bahamas, where she spent 4 years practicing midwifery and serving on the emergency response team, providing care across multiple islands and coordinating transfers to the major teaching hospital in Nassau when needed. After completing her service, she migrated to the United States and joined Jackson Memorial Hospital, University of Miami, where she served for nearly 28 years, progressing from labor and delivery nurse to case manager. While working, she continued her academic pursuits, earning a Bachelor of Science in Healthcare Management and a master's degree in organizational management with a healthcare focus. In 2019, despite numerous challenges, she achieved a major milestone by completing her doctorate in public health. Guided by her personal motto, "If I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living shall not be in vain," Dr. Palmer's life reflects unwavering service, resilience, and a profound commitment to improving the lives of others. Madam President, Chairman, and other members of the Board of Governors, distinguished faculty, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present Dr. Phyllis Palmer as a worthy candidate for the President's Medallion.
I am delighted to accept the recommendation that Dr. Phyllis Grace Palmer receive the President's Medallion for 2026. Today, the university pays tribute to you for your outstanding service and for your exceptional contributions to the health services industry in the areas of nursing, midwifery, and public health. As a high achiever, you have also been a positive role model for our students and have been an example of excellence in healthcare, community and public services, and academic excellence. Thank you for your outstanding and continuous support of Northern Caribbean University.
Madam President, Chairman, and other members of the Board of Governors, distinguished faculty, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a singular privilege to present Mrs. Olive Fletcher, distinguished alumnus, accomplished musician, dedicated educator, and faithful Christian servant for the conferral of the degree of Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa. Mrs. Olive Fletcher, a proud graduate of West Indies College, now Northern Caribbean University, returned to her alma mater in 1970 as a piano instructor and accompanist. During 14 years of exemplary service, she helped shape the Department of Music and Fine Arts through her exceptional musicianship, Christ-centered teaching, and unwavering commitment to nurturing excellence in every student entrusted in her care. As co-founder of the iconic Feast of Lights program, Mrs. Fletcher helped establish one of the university's most treasured traditions, blending the richness of Caribbean musical heritage with the beauty of Christian sacred music. Through her mentorship, encouragement, and personal example, she inspired generations of musicians whose lives and ministries continue to influence communities around the world. Her legacy extends far beyond the classroom, resonating through the countless lives she has transformed. Following her years of service at Northern Caribbean University, Mrs. Fletcher continued to represent her alma mater with distinction for more than 2 decades at the Inter-American Division. Even at 104 years of age, she remains a faithful witness to a life devoted to service, excellence, and Christian education. And so today, on behalf of the Board of Governors, the administration, faculty, graduates, alumni, and the entire Northern Caribbean University community, I am honored to present Mrs. Olive Fletcher for the conferral of the degree of Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa, in recognition of her distinguished contributions to music, Christian education, and the formation of generations of servant leaders whose lives continue to glorify God and enrich humanity.
Dr. Cheyenne Campbell-Mascara, I am delighted to accept the recommendation that Mrs. Olive Fletcher be conferred in absentia with the Honorary Doctor of Humane Letters by Northern Caribbean University. So today, Mrs. Olive Fletcher, Northern Caribbean University lauds you for your over 14 years of service to the government in the areas of music and the fine arts at Northern Caribbean University, and in over 20 years of service in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Your love and dedication to music, the teaching of music, and the playing of music have contributed greatly to the development of students and has enhanced the worship experience locally and internationally over the years. So, Mrs. Olive Fletcher, by the powers vested in me by the Board of Governors of Northern Caribbean University as interim president, on this, the 9th day of the month of August, in the year of our Lord 2026, I confer on you the degree of honor, which is the Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa, with all the rights, privileges, and honors thereunto appertaining.
Madam President, Chairman and other members of the Board of Governors, distinguished faculty, graduates, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to present to you today the candidate for the degree Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa. Mrs. Zenobia Neblett Davis, a distinguished alumna of Northern Caribbean University, Atlantic Union College, and La Sierra University, is a pioneering educator and musician extraordinaire. She devoted over 22 years of exceptional service to NCU and specifically served the music department as chair from 1941 to 1946 and again from 1962 to 1978. During these periods, she expanded the department's academic and artistic programs and established the program as a cultural treasure for this institution, for the nation, and for the global Adventist community. Of special note is that in December 1969, Mrs. Davis conceptualized and executed the inaugural staging of the Feast of Lights, now considered a distinguished musical celebration that hasn't only become an institution, an institutional treasure, I should say, for this institution, but a national one as well. This enduring tradition has showcased many generations of vocalists and musicians, many of whom were students of the university, and many of those persons have gone on to serve with distinction across the world. During her tenure, the Department of Music attracted highly qualified faculty and prepared students for internal exams and prestigious external certification from the Royal School of Music and Trinity College of Music in London. She also encouraged students to participate in the annual Jamaica Music Festival and other national and international events. Many of those persons earned gold, silver, and bronze awards across choral, instrumental, and other categories. The exceptional academic foundation laid by Mrs. Davis continues today, with the department now offering programs in music and in visual arts, programs which are accredited by the University Council of Jamaica and the Adventist Accrediting Association. Now 104 years of age, Mrs. Davis still plays the piano. That's right. And credits her success to God. That definitely deserves a round of applause. Great blessings. She credits her success to God, to her family, to her friends, and of course, the nurturing environment at Northern Caribbean University. Today, Madam President, on behalf of the faculty of the College of Humanities, Behavioral, and Social Sciences, I'm pleased to present Zenobia Neblett Davis as a worthy candidate for the degree of Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa.
Mrs. Roma Tomlinson-White, I am delighted to accept the recommendation that Mrs. Zenobia Neblett Davis be conferred in absentia with the Honorary Doctor of Humane Letters by Northern Caribbean University. So today, Mrs. Zenobia Neblett Davis, Northern Caribbean University lauds you for your dedicated service to this institution for over 20 years. During your tenure, the music department grew academically and artistically, especially with its annual program, the Feast of Lights, which is still held to date. Your musical mind and harmonious talent have impacted and groomed many students over the years. Your legacy is even experienced today as we listen to the different productions coming to us from the Department of Music and Fine Arts. So, Mrs. Zenobia Neblet Davis, by the powers vested in me by the Board of Governors of Northern Caribbean University as interim university president, on this, the 9th day in the month of August, in the year of our Lord 2026, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Humane Letters, honoris causa, with all the rights, privileges, and honors thereunto appertaining. At this time, I wish to introduce to you the report from the immediate past president of Northern Caribbean University. Dr. Lincoln Paul Edwards served this university from 2016 until his departure on the 29th day of May, 2026. Therefore, it was under his watch that most of the activities of the 2025 to 2026 academic year took place. Ladies and gentlemen, the report.
The past 5 years tested the mettle of this venerable institution. We passed through the symbolic fires of a pandemic, 2 hurricanes, and 2 cyber attacks. The COVID-19 pandemic caused the closure or merger of at least 84 public or non-profit colleges in the United States. Through all these challenges, the university administration kept its hands on the wheel and steered the institution through the financial challenges that were aggravated by the recurring disasters. The administration was guided by a 5-year strategic plan introduced in 2022. The plan consists of 4 strategic goals: spiritual and values-based transformation, customer experience transformation, systems and process transformation, as well as financial transformation. Some spiritual and values-based accomplishments during the review period include: in June 2024, the university marked the 25th anniversary of Charter Day with a Thanksgiving service. During the review period, approximately 100 converts were baptized by the NCU Church, resulting from the annual week of prayer twin sessions and other evangelistic activities on and off campuses. In addition, there were 90 baptisms in churches, resulting from the participation of students and faculty in the School of Religion and Theology during 2025. The NCU Church hosted the 3ABN rally in February 2025 with over 300 worshippers physically present, along with many others online. The NCU Media Group marked the 10th anniversary of its Acts of Kindness program in 2025. The main objective of this program has been to promote and reward kindness among students, thereby positively impacting the society. The Health and Wellness Department also partnered with several external agencies to spread the wellness message and lifestyle. Health missions were conducted by the United States-based Washington University and the Organization for International Development. The university engages annually in corporate social responsibility initiatives dubbed Go Day. These include environmentally sustainable projects on and off campus, including the establishment of a vegetable garden at the Williamsfield Police Station in Manchester. Customer transformation relates primarily to the learning experience of our student population. During the review period, the institution had several accomplishments in the academic division.
Despite the challenges already mentioned, the annual commencement exercise was held each year, providing students, along with their families, the satisfaction of completing their studies. The decline in student enrollment gradually reversed, reaching a high of 4,000 during the 2024-2025 academic year. Several new academic programs were introduced during the review period. The agriculture program received a boost with the revitalization of the NCU Dairy Unit through a grant from the Jamaica Dairy Development Board and the Ministry of Agriculture. 4 heifers were initially provided, with more added subsequently. A milk facility is also to be built. Other agricultural projects included the U.S. Department of Agriculture funded Jamaica Spice Initiative to culture ginger. This is in addition to the UNESCO-funded project to train women to grow vegetables using the greenhouse hydroponics technique. Student learning was enhanced by the annual donation of laptop computers and stethoscopes to final year nursing students by Advent Health in collaboration with the Andrews Memorial Hospital. In addition, a nursing simulation lab was established through donations from the NCB Foundation and NCB Group Chairman Michael Lee Chin. NCU students continue to excel in various science and technology as well as business innovation competitions. Casmina Bryan, a graduate of the College of Education and Leadership, was awarded Teacher of the Year 2024 by the Lascelles Chin Foundation and the Jamaica Teaching Council. Internal customers, employees, received a significant adjustment to their emoluments during the review period. The administration is appreciative of the dedication and loyalty of the workforce. Our faculty has performed exceptionally despite repeated challenges to deliver instructions to students during disruptions in the regular modality. Professor Mark Harris was awarded the Musgrave Silver Medal by the Institute of Jamaica. He also authored another book on climate change. Former research officer Paul Bourne coordinated several studies in public health that were cited and highlighted by the World Health Organization and other international bodies. The customer experience of students and employees were enhanced by the significant upgrading of the university plant and facilities, including the installation of air conditioning in classrooms and offices, the introduction of smart classroom technologies on the Mandeville and regional campuses, the upgrading of the IT infrastructure, including critical cybersecurity systems, the installation of solar energy to power the operations of the University Information Systems Service, upgrading of the Digital Education Studio. The physics lab in the Mathematics and Engineering Department was renovated to be able to host other colleges and the Victor Dixon High School. The Academic Space Club within this department has developed and installed a satellite ground station, the only one of its kind in Jamaica. In the era of financial transformation, the university, like other players in the higher education sector, has been faced with severe challenges. We implemented a raft of innovative strategies to manage our financial affairs. These included the establishment of a hub by the Student Loan Bureau on the Mandeville campus to facilitate access by NCU students, the establishment of the NCU International and Development Foundation to raise funds in the United States, the raising of funds from private donors and NCU alumni individually and collectively. In accordance with the 5-year strategic plan, the administration continues to increase non-tuition earnings through the activities of the university business sector, including the press. In this regard, the university sold its Orion software to 2 additional tertiary institutions overseas. During the review period, significant enhancements were also made in the business system and process flows, including quality management, payroll, student finance, and information technology. The challenges are many, but the university continues its mission to improve the human condition by providing Christ-centered education through academic excellence, values-based focus, spiritual and physical development, social intervention, and a strong work ethic, thereby equipping each student for committed professional service to all people and to God.
Protocols having already been established, distinguished members of the board, honored guests, faculty and staff, proud parents and families, alumni, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my distinct privilege and profound honor to welcome you to this momentous commencement ceremony. Today is a celebration of the work that has been done here at Northern Caribbean University, a celebration of perseverance, excellence, and hope. It is a time when we can reflect on that which we have done, as well as that which others who support us have continued to do. I am honored today to invite one of my guests, Mr. Albert Campbell, to stand. Mr. Albert Campbell is an alumnus who resides in the United States of America. And you may wonder why it is that he is here. He had a burden on his heart for Northern Caribbean University. He engaged many of the alumni in the United States and here in Jamaica, and he came to this campus during the course of the past 2 weeks, and he delivered for himself and on behalf of the alumni all over the world. It is individuals like this that we applaud as honorable members of this community. And we thank you, Mr. Campbell, for your dedicated service to Northern Caribbean University. You may be seated. I now invite to stand Mr. 𝐃𝐈𝐆𝐈𝐄𝐼 Smith. Who is Mr. 𝐃𝐈𝐆𝐈𝐄𝐼 Smith? He is a worker in our community. Some months ago, this individual had an opportunity to take money that was not his. Mr. 𝐃𝐈𝐆𝐈𝐄𝐼 Smith, doing his diligent duty as a citizen of Jamaica, he returned every single cent of that money without having been asked to do so. I present him to you today as a young man who has a dream of becoming an architect, who could have done what some others would do, but he determined that by God's grace, he would be a man of honesty and integrity. Today, Mr. Smith, I honor you and call on our stakeholders and our alumni to see how it is that we may be able to assist this young man who is a real marvel within our community so that he can achieve his dream of becoming an architect. You may be seated. I now introduce to you the eldest of my siblings, Dr. Lloyd Quarry, a specialist in internal medicine who has worked here in Mandeville for more than 40 years and who has ministered to many of the workers here at our university. He is here representing the members of my family, as not everyone was able to be here. Dr. Quarry, the eldest of my living siblings, I thank you for your continued support, even from I was a child. And I will tell you that I do believe that it is the work that he did on me, teaching me to read the clock from I was 2 years old. The work that he has done on me, but I believe has gone a far way in making me the individual that I have become today. So, I thank you, and you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you individuals who have changed lives and who can continue to make valuable contributions to our society. In some instances, if only we assist them to do so. In other instances, if only we support the dreams and vision of Northern Caribbean University, and the eldest of my brothers, who has worked in this community and may potentially be one of the few, if not the only medical doctor in this region who still does the home visits. I present to you people of commitment and dedication. It is the 103rd commencement in the life of this august institution, which was founded 119 years ago. On June 24, 2027, we shall be celebrating our 120th anniversary, if the Lord tarries. Today is a celebration of perseverance, excellence, and hope. Perseverance because many of you whose lives were disrupted by Hurricane Melissa were able to pick up the pieces and complete your education. Thanks to the mercies of God and the many good Samaritans here at Northern Caribbean University and elsewhere who extended a helping hand. Today is a day when years of determination, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment culminate in the conferral of degrees that symbolize not merely academic achievement, but also personal advancement. To our graduates, congratulations. Today, you join a distinguished community of alumni whose influence extends across Jamaica, the Caribbean, and the wider world. Your achievements remind us that education remains one of the most powerful forces for individual growth and societal advancement. Nelson Mandela said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." According to Ellen G. White, true education means more than the pursuit of a certain course of study. It means more than a preparation for the life that now is. It has to do with the whole being and with the whole period of existence possible to man. It is the harmonious development of the physical, the mental, and the spiritual powers. This graduating class has given us countless reasons to celebrate. Academic excellence has shone brightly throughout this graduating class. We commend those who have earned the highest distinctions through extraordinary scholarship, setting a standard of excellence that reflects the very best of our university. In this regard, we salute the graduate with the highest grade point average. In this ceremony, Ms. Shaquina Danvers, who is graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in Psychology, summa cum laude, with a 3.9 grade point average. We are especially proud of members of our own university family who have demonstrated that learning never ends. Our employees who have balanced demanding professional responsibilities while pursuing their academic goals exemplify resilience, discipline, and lifelong learning. Your accomplishments inspire both your colleagues and our students. We salute workers graduating in the persons of Mr. 𝐃𝐈𝐆𝐈𝐄𝐼 Small, with a Master of Business Administration, who serves as a Human Resource Officer in the Human Resource Department. Ms. Gabrielle Lagi, with a Bachelor of Science degree in Management Studies, who serves as Administrative Assistant in the West Jamaica Regional Campus. Mrs. Carleen Berry, who is graduating with her Bachelor of Science in Management Studies, an NCU worker who works in the Enrollment Office from Recruitment and Admissions in the East Jamaica Regional Campus. And Mr. Devano Roden, who is graduating with a Bachelor of Social Work, who serves as Enrollment Officer in the Department of Recruitment and Admissions in the West Jamaica Regional Campus. Today, we celebrate the remarkable stories of families learning together. Sisters, twin siblings, brothers and sisters, and even a mother and her son are crossing this stage together, proving that education is not merely an individual pursuit, but a family affair and a legacy. These milestones remind us that success is often strengthened through shared encouragement, sacrifice, and determination. Siblings graduating are twin sisters, Kalia Green with a Bachelor of Science in Management Studies and Michaela Green with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. Another set of twins, Miss Stephanie Haynes, graduating with a Bachelor of Business Administration, and Julian Hayes with a Bachelor of Science degree in Counseling in Absentia. A brother and a sister, Jordia Tucker with a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry, who graduated this morning, and Jordine Tucker, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts in Communication Studies. We salute the parents and child graduating, the mother and son, Mrs. Heather Essen Reese, with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, who was conferred in December 2025, and Xavier Reese, who is graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration. We also recognize that many graduates, 53 in total, and in the second commencement ceremony, 29 who are the first in their immediate families to earn a tertiary qualification and education. You have not only qualified and fulfilled a personal dream, you have changed the trajectory of generations to come. Your achievement will inspire children, siblings, cousins, and entire communities to believe that higher education is within their reach. I now invite all the individuals whose names I called earlier to stand. You may be seated. Our graduates have also distinguished themselves beyond the classroom. We celebrate those who have advanced professionally while pursuing their studies, demonstrating that commitment to personal growth and career excellence can successfully coexist. We applaud those whose achievements have earned national recognition and professional awards, affirming that the education received here equips our graduates to make meaningful contributions in every sector of society. Innovation continues to define our institution. This year, we proudly celebrate students whose creativity has produced groundbreaking technological solutions that are already transforming our university community. Their development of innovative digital platforms demonstrates how knowledge can solve real-world challenges and improve institutional effectiveness. Even more remarkable is the international recognition earned by our students on the global stage. In this regard, we lift our hats to NCU Beacon's Adrian Tennant and Gary Bryan, who are each graduating today with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Under the supervision of Dr. Damian Mitchell, head of the Computer and Information Sciences Department, Adrian and Gary are the masterminds of Solorion. And if you received graduation invitations today, you would have met their work. In February 2026, the team submitted a proposal to the university to adopt this cost and time-saving initiative that speaks to the sustainable development of NCU as the IT hub of the Caribbean. And today, we are all seated where we are by the assistance of Solorion. Additionally, these tech gurus under the supervision of Dr. Hazel O'Connor are also the winners of the International Business Plan and Pitch Competition 2026, organized by the United States-based 𝐕𝐈𝐄𝐖 Network and held in Kingston, Jamaica on June 24, 2026. Competing against universities from more than 20 countries, Adrian and Gary emerged victorious with innovative solutions that combine technology with healthcare, bringing honor not only to our university, but also to Jamaica. I invite these individuals, if they are here, to stand. They were in the morning ceremony. We are equally proud of our graduates who have demonstrated remarkable international achievement, completing an academic program while living and working overseas, mastering another language, and remaining committed to earning a degree from this university exemplifies perseverance and global citizenship. We salute George Stewart, who is graduating with a Bachelor of Science in Guidance and Counseling, who currently lives in Germany, and who was able to complete his studies completely online while engaged in full-time employment in Germany. Of note is the fact that Germany is 6 to 7 hours ahead of Jamaica. And though he was advised by the German government to transfer his NCU credits there, he chose to complete his studies with Northern Caribbean University, to include completing 510 hours of practicum at the C1 level, that is the advanced proficiency and professional fluency of speaking German. Not only does NCU have a high international standard in Germany, but NCU is in their ANABIN database, the information portal for foreign educational qualifications. Mr. Stewart, we wish you the best. We also celebrate the pioneers among us, including the first graduate from our Associate of Science degree in the Allied Health Program, Ms. Nethesia Johnson. Your success marks the beginning of a legacy that future generations will continue to build. That ceremony took place this morning. As we recognize these outstanding accomplishments, we also acknowledge the schools and communities that have nurtured many of our students before they arrived here. We thank the educators, mentors, churches, families, and friends whose encouragement laid the foundation upon which today's success has been built. In particular, we celebrate with our laboratory schools, West Indies College Preparatory School, in the first instance, for its performance in the PEP assessment for 2026. Grade 6 students achieved an impressive 88.9% proficient and highly proficient performance, significantly surpassing the national results in both assessed subjects, mathematics and English language. The grade 6 attained an average placement score of 307, while Breonna Hall earned the school's highest placement score of 393, just 1 point below the highest score achieved nationally, and winning a government scholarship in the process. At our second laboratory school, the Victor Dixon High School, students continue to look confidently toward the future as they excel in the sciences, the arts, technical, and the business areas. Some recent graduates include Sarah Earle, who achieved 10 distinctions in CSEC and who is currently pursuing a computer science degree here at Northern Caribbean University. Ian Gibbs achieved 8 distinctions in the CSEC and is now pursuing the medical technology program here at Northern Caribbean University. Adriana Codner is answering the call to teacher education. Joseph Gray is setting his sights on architecture, and Joel Wright is pursuing medical engineering. Victor Dixon High School also excelled outside of the classroom by winning the JCDC gold medals, as well as its male and female under-15 badminton teams, claiming both regional and national titles. These exceptional results are a testament to God's blessings, the hard work of our students, the unwavering support of our parents, and the dedication of the staff at these laboratory schools. The faculty and administrative staff at Northern Caribbean University are also deserving of special commendations, having withstood the disturbance and dislocation to teaching and learning caused by Hurricane Melissa. The university administration went the extra mile to make provisions for students adversely affected by the hurricane to continue their education. I commend our faculty and administrators for demonstrating that Northern Caribbean University truly cares. Special mention must be made of the Department of Graduate Psychology, which hosted several workshops in psychological first aid with emergency response groups, including the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Jamaica Defense Force, and the National Fire Service. Graduates, your degrees represent much more than academic knowledge. It represents resilience during difficult seasons, courage when the path becomes uncertain, and faith that your efforts would ultimately be rewarded. The world you enter today is filled with unprecedented opportunities and complex challenges. It needs ethical leaders, compassionate professionals, innovative thinkers, skilled entrepreneurs, dedicated educators, healthcare practitioners, scientists, communicators, and public servants. It needs graduates who will use knowledge not merely for personal success, but for the advancement of humanity. As you leave this institution, remember that your greatest qualification is not simply the degree you receive today, but the character you have developed throughout your journey. Let integrity be your decisions and guide your actions. Let excellence define your work. Let compassion shape your leadership. Above all, remain committed to serving others with humility and purpose. To the parents, guardians, spouses, children, family members, the members of faculty, staff, and our student body, thank you. Your sacrifices, encouragement, and unwavering belief in our graduates have made this day possible. This celebration belongs to you as well. Graduates, today marks not the end of your educational journey, but the beginning of a new chapter filled with limitless possibilities. Go forward with confidence, dream boldly, lead courageously, serve faithfully, and continue to learn, continue to innovate, and continue to make a positive difference wherever life leads you. On behalf of the entire university community, as well as on behalf of our immediate past president, Dr. Lincoln Paul Edwards, I extend to you heartfelt congratulations to each member of the graduating class. We are immensely proud of your accomplishments and eagerly anticipate the extraordinary impact that you will make in your professions, your communities, and our world. May your future be filled with purpose, opportunity, and continued success. Congratulations, class of 2026. Thanks to all of our workers, and thank you all. May God richly bless you, and may God bless Northern Caribbean University. It is now my delightful task to introduce to you the keynote speaker of this, our second commencement here at Northern Caribbean University for 2026, in the person of Paula Vanessa Llewellyn, CD, KC, former Director of Public Prosecutions, mediator, and notary public. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Paula Vanessa Llewellyn, was appointed the first female Director of Public Prosecutions in Jamaica. On graduating from St. Hugh's High School, Ms. Llewellyn embarked on the study of law at the University of the West Indies and completed her program in 1984. In that same year, she was appointed to the position of Clerk of a Court in the St. James Resident Magistrates Court. From there, she was appointed to Crown Counsel at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and within 7 years of working at this office, Ms. Llewellyn was appointed Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. In March 2008, Ms. Paula Llewellyn was appointed the first female Director of Public Prosecutions in Jamaica. In 1999, prior to her appointment, Ms. Llewellyn became the first woman to serve as Acting Director of Public Prosecutions, and in 2003, she became the first woman to be appointed as Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. Following her appointment as Director of Public Prosecutions in 2008, Ms. Llewellyn was appointed as Her Majesty's Queen Counsel and was conferred with the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander in May and August 2008, respectively. In November, the Director was the recipient of the Civil Service Long Service Medal Award for 25 years of service in the public service. As the Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Llewellyn is also the designated Central Authority of Jamaica for the execution of mutual legal assistance in criminal matters and the competent authority for extradition. Ms. Llewellyn has over 30 years of experience as a criminal law litigator, having prosecuted complex criminal cases, some of which were of exceptional public interest in the course of different jurisdictions. Ms. Llewellyn pioneered the prosecution of the first cases in Jamaica involving DNA and cell site data analysis. Ms. Llewellyn, who enjoys delivering motivational speeches on a variety of topics, including leadership, service above self, excellence, professionalism, and how to overcome challenges, as well as on community development, is an engaging presenter who has made presentations on a variety of legal subjects, both locally and internationally, on topics such as prosecuting strategy, skills and complexities, editing caution statements, joint enterprise, to null or not to null, entering of a null prosequi versus an abuse of the court prosecution, the role of the jury, circumstantial evidence, and responses to no-case submissions and interviewing witnesses. Ms. Llewellyn has been an associate tutor at the Norman Manley Law School for approximately 10 years. Ms. Llewellyn has a certification as a senior public sector management expert and has attended numerous seminars and courses in different areas of criminal practice and procedure as both participant and presenter. Ms. Llewellyn has one daughter and attends the St. Mary's Anglican Church. She's also a member of the International Association of Prosecutors, the IAP, and a former member of the Trailblazers Toastmasters Club. She believes that professionalism and excellence must be at the heart of service, above self, to her fellow citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, graduates, I present to you our second commencement speaker, Ms. Paula Vanessa Llewellyn.
Although all protocols have been established, it would be remiss of me not to take advantage of the first opportunity to commend and congratulate your chairman of the board, who is now the pastor in charge of the Adventist Church in Jamaica. We have met several times before. Congratulations. Madam Interim President of the University, Ms. 𝐃𝐈𝐆𝐈𝐄𝐖, distinguished board members, distinguished faculty, graduates, parents, guardians, members of the public, well-wishers all. About a year after I became DPP, in 2009, I did give the main address for a graduation here. Now I am back, much older and perhaps twice the size. You know, as a prosecutor for 41 years, As I've reflected, I was recently honored by the Bar Association. I look back, and if I had it to do all over again, I would have selected prosecution and being an attorney. I remember a few years ago going to a hotel for a seminar, and 3 waitresses came to me and said, Miss Llewellyn, we understand you are the Director of Public Prosecutions. Can we ask you something? I said, certainly, go ahead. What a beautiful property. Can you free Vibes Cartel? So I had to take my time and explain what a prosecutor does. We marshal the evidence that has been gathered by the police against an accused person. Then it is the jury and the judge who will decide guilt or innocence. And we're not going to comment on what has subsequently happened to that gentleman. All I can do is wish him well. Now, in Romans 12, verse 2, it tells us, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will. Your commencement theme, transform minds for Christ-centered futures, really had me thinking. It's very interesting, and I took the opportunity to discuss it with my 27-year-old daughter. A person can accumulate an extraordinary amount of knowledge and remain fundamentally unchanged in judgment, character, and behavior, especially when there's no emotional intelligence capability. We have all met very educated people who have demonstrated that qualifications and wisdom are not necessarily the same thing. My sister, who once used to call me that when I was at university, would call that person an educated dunce. Throughout my career, my mother's admonition that humility is the underbelly of success has always obliged me to have that man in the mirror moment from time to time, where one can introspect at different stages of life's journey, recognize when you are on the wrong track, and then course correct to go back on the right track. Transformation means that you have that ability. If you don't have it, then you have to cultivate it. You can become technically competent without becoming ethical or obeying, being Christ-centered or Christian values. You can learn how to make money without learning what should never be sacrificed in order to obtain it. You can seek to influence people without understanding how your influence will improve their lives. You may even acquire a collection of impressive letters behind your name while remaining, regrettably, in need of some humility and common sense. All because as you have stepped up in life, you know when I say you step up in a life, sometimes dressed in brief authority, to quote from Julius Caesar, Shakespeare, armed with a baggage of insecurity, then you can become a toxic force. And with all the education and the degrees you have, and without having that moral compass, that underpinning Christian value system, then you can be somebody who is what we say in Jamaica, bad mind and negative. The true test of your education will therefore begin after today, when nobody is grading you anymore, and when the decisions before you do not come with multiple choice answers. That's what I discovered when I left the law faculty and I left law school. It's when you start to work. In fact, I remember I was assigned as clerk of court to Montego Bay, St. James. I'd never even been to Montego Bay in my life. I had to take a plane down there. I didn't have a car. And for the 2 years that I was there, a year and a half, when I wanted to go to Kingston, remember I'm an attorney now, you know, once a month on a weekend, I had to take bus. So there was it. The conductor and the busman would say, Madam Clerk of Court, don't worry, we will watch your back. But you know what it did? It taught me about people, because it reminded me that though I was an attorney and I had all these letters behind my name, it is not the people who are going to serve me. It is I who am going to serve the people. Now, Northern Caribbean University describes a transformed graduate as a critical thinker, a global leader, an ethical problem solver, a literate professional, and a creator and innovator. Those are admirable qualities, but they only become meaningful, I submit, when they are held together. We have seen enough in public life to know that intelligence by itself is not enough, and neither is innovation. Skill needs judgment, leadership needs character, and professional competence must be accompanied by integrity. In my experience, the underpinning of these qualities for success as a transformed individual is resilience, that is mental toughness, which can be overlooked in this technologically driven world. Faith can not only move mountains, but it can indeed inspire resilience and mental toughness. I have often found that when I was in the middle of some hot matter that the public is hearing about on the news, I have found that when Christ is in the vessel, you can indeed smile at the storm. And resilience is a very important quality. I say this, Madam President, and I say this, Madam Board Chairman, and the faculty. And I've said this to my daughter, who did 2 degrees at the same time at Purdue University from 2 different faculties, one in Law and Society, English and Spanish, and one in cybersecurity. That resilience, the ability, if you fall, to get up and dust yourself off and start all over again, is a critical thing to have. A lot of young people today, I have found, are very good with the technology. Brilliant. You're all brilliant with the technology. But unfortunately, for those of us who became adults and had to work and go to school before cell phone, before social media, where we didn't have those distractions, character and being resilient and the work ethic was critical to your success. What I have found with young people of today, with all of the technology and the brilliance, is that some of you tend to be very fragile. And that is why social media can become a toxic force to a lot of you if you don't have the security of self or the ability to self-actualize and self-motivate. Because social media, it has its good points, but it has some very bad points. And while I have been DPP, I have refused to have any Instagram account, not even LinkedIn, nothing. I'm only on WhatsApp, and it was because of my daughter, to communicate with her. And my peace of mind never suffered at all. Not at all. I know when I look in the mirror how I look. When I went to school, primary school, I was a very shy child, an ugly one too. But I couldn't be beaten when it came to reading, language, and vocabulary. And do you know, and I'm going to press on with it, I was giving a presentation to some bankers, and Madam Quarry and Mr. Samuels, one of these senior bankers said to me, you know, we were interviewing a young lady. She just graduated. Interviewing her on paper. She appeared to have all the qualifications. But can you imagine, Miss Llewellyn, when we were interviewing her, she was talking to us in text. I said, text? What do you mean by that? You know, for example, when people text you and say LOL for laughing out loud, she's telling us about LOL and the other texts that you would have. So needless to say, do you think that young lady with all of her qualifications on paper, you think she got the job? She did not get the job because what it showed, lack of preparation, superficiality, and she's not ready to join the work world. And obviously, something is probably wrong with her English. And definitely, she has no emotional intelligence, because had she been properly preparing herself and done her research, she would have been aware that you cannot be going on an interview for a job and you want people to take you seriously and you're talking to them in text. And you know what is a tragedy? We said it to each other. She's so unaware, psychologically and otherwise, that she will leave that interview. She doesn't get that call to return for the job. And she's none the wiser. And that is a tragedy. You know why? That tells you she probably doesn't have any mentors. My mother used to tell me, yes, I'm one of your mentors, but as you continue to work, try to get a mentor, somebody who can guide you and help to hold up that mirror for you. Now, some of you sitting here today may or may not have a clear plan for the next 5 or 10 years. I encourage you, if you don't have it, have one, because that is what will enable you to be transformative and to have a purpose-driven life, if it is that you are preparing yourself to be Christ-centered and to bring value. Planning is important, but do not become so attached to the plan that you fail to recognize an opportunity simply because it arrived in a form that you had not anticipated. Be purpose-driven, but keep an open mind. Always remember, as the African-American writer Ayanna Van Zandt said in her book, Acts of Faith, Daily Meditation for People of Color, and I quote, "Bad luck picks its company by invitation only. And with your hands, you make your success. With your hands, you destroy it." And that is why this scammer culture, easy money culture that has arisen over the last 15 years is so bad for the psychology of young people. Because with the advent of social media and scamming, you actually, big people will tell you that, who are into training, will have a cohort, luckily a minority of young people. Some of them, they don't want to work. They don't want to perspire. They don't want anything that is going to be too hard. Well, I'm here to tell you, if you want to be transformative and to eventually bring value, you cannot do it without being prepared to work hard. Right? And I have prosecuted several people. Lawyer, doctor, Indian chief, gunman, gunwoman, you name it, I've prosecuted it. And very often when you look into their background in their social inquiry report, one, they lacked positive mentors. Two, a lot of them had what I call delinquent parents. Three, they didn't grow up with any proper value system, or there was no teacher who was prepared to intervene and say, come back on track. And I've even spoken to a couple of them. There was one, I remember, bright guy. I can talk about it. Bright guy. And he found himself, because they grew up together in the inner city, along with the younger brother of a very, very, very well-known singer in this country. And he was eventually charged, along with the young man, with the murder of this boy and girl, young people who used to go to Campion. They just bumped into each other in Havedale. The young man wanted to avoid the police coming into it, threatening his license. And naivete went with them to the hospital. And anything was wrong. Then they promised them, they kept the police out of it, we will come and bring a walking crutch for you. And when these young people visited, they kidnapped them, took them up somewhere into the hills, and murdered them in the most awful way. But happily, I think it's God himself touched the heart of the guy, not the singer's brother. He was caught on camera using the ATM card of the young people, and the police held on to him. And he said he was not a part of the murder. He went with them, but he didn't go into the bushes with them. But they gave him the card and said he had to use it. And that boy was doing further studies in mixology and being a chef. It was bad company. And he pleaded guilty to conspiracy to rob and to kidnap. And he eventually gave evidence against the young man's brother, the singer's brother, and another man. They were convicted. And do you know, about 3 or 4 years later, I met his girlfriend because she would come and look for me at the office. And they asked for a recommendation for him to get early parole. He got early parole, and about 6 months later, the young man and the young lady, who was also named Paula, came to the office, and they had an invitation for me to their wedding. See, one of my bodyguards at the time is here. I went to the wedding. It was about 3 hours late, but I was there. And that young man has turned himself around and is working. He went back to school, and he is working, and he and his wife have a chef business. And the two of them drive their own car. Right? And he too would say, Ms. Llewellyn, that situation is the greatest regret. That is what bad company. And when you don't have a purpose-driven life and Christian values, or values of, for those who may not be Christian but Buddhist or some other religion, that is what happens when you don't have a purpose-driven life. Now, very few careers unfold exactly as imagined at graduation. What matters is that while you are waiting for the opportunity you consider important, you do not become careless with the responsibility that is already in front of you. Even when a task is not especially glamorous, you cannot beat the dignity of work. People remember whether you were dependable, whether you came prepared, whether your word could be trusted. If you tell someone you will get back to them, do so. If you undertake to deliver something, make every effort to deliver it. And just as importantly, treat people with respect, regardless of whether they are in a position to advance your career or do anything for you. Zig Ziglar said, it is your attitude, not your aptitude, that will determine your altitude. I want all you graduates to say it after me. It is your attitude, not your aptitude, that will determine your altitude. And I am going to say that when you are purpose-driven, underpinned by these positive values that you have learned here, there will be no room for the chaka-chaka and the ray-ray. Okay? Let me say it. It's the elephant in the room. Because I know in some quarters it is fashionable to be into the chaka-chaka and the ray-ray. But you would have to talk to my daughter. She went to Immaculate. She was a tennis champion. She got a scholarship to a boarding school in Virginia, a very wealthy boarding school, where she was maybe always the only black person. But her behavior was of such. 3 months after she went to that school, she called me one evening and said, Mommy, you remember how I used to tell you and complain that sometimes you were too strict? You're like grandma with certain things. Well, I'm here to thank you for all that strictness. A lot of these children, they are wealthy, but half of them are into therapy. And they say to me, Leah, how come you're not into therapy? And she said, my mother is my mental health professional, and she has made sure that I've kept on the straight and narrow. So to all the parents out there and the guardians, don't worry, one day they will thank you for it. They will thank you, the graduates, for not having been a delinquent parent. And when you see them going into the chaka-chaka and the ray-ray way of doing things and being distracted from their schoolwork, and you have to pull them back, one day they will thank you. Now in Colossians 3, verse 23, it says, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters. The word whatever is important. It does not refer only to the assignment that attracts attention, the promotion, the large contract, or the impressive title. It includes the first job, the tedious assignment, the mundane, the difficult client, and the responsibility nobody is particularly excited to perform. It may, when you start to work, involve an entire day without social media. Can you imagine? Madam Quarry, I just felt the telepathy coming back to me. My God, I'll be traumatized. How can I do without social media for an entire day? Well, I'm here to tell you, you have the time when you go home, but when you are at work, you make sure that you earn the reputation of giving 100%. Because your greatest non-depreciating asset is not what is in your bank account or which car you drive. It is your reputation. And your reputation will be built on how you deliver yourself. How do you, in tribute to this noble institution, show what you have learned and implement your critical analysis and the fact that you are not only educated, but you have common sense. Okay? So, a recent conversation, well, let me put this to you. Let me put some questions to you. Never stop growing. Everything now moves quickly. Information moves quickly, opportunity moves quickly, and unfortunately, bad judgment can travel faster than either of them. Something that might once have been witnessed by a handful of people can now be recorded, uploaded, and preserved before the person responsible has had enough time to properly regret it. And remember, employers, sometimes unknown to you, are looking at your life on social media. So be careful of the digital footprint. So when in doubt, don't. Put all of your brain cells in gear before you post. And if even 1 out of the 100 is not in gear, don't post. It won't kill you. And sometimes unplug, 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 and read a good book. Now, you should think of these things. When your name is mentioned in a room where you are not present, what will people say? Can you be trusted? Do you give other people credit for their work? Can somebody disagree with you without becoming your enemy? Do you treat the person at the gate with the same basic dignity you extend to the person occupying the executive office? And when you make a mistake, as all of us do, will you be able to say, I was wrong? Those 3 words become surprisingly difficult for some accomplished people. There are some people that because you have all these letters behind your name and you have your degrees, they can no longer say, I was wrong, or I'm sorry. Success can become dangerous when it convinces us that we no longer require correction. I have often described humility as the underbelly of success, because the moment you begin to believe that there's nothing left for you to learn, it's usually the moment you begin making mistakes. Somebody else can already see as you become more accomplished. In fact, I'll never forget when I was first appointed as DPP and somebody said to me, introducing me, oh, this is Miss Paula Llewellyn. She has been elevated to high office as DPP, and the first female DPP. And when I came to deliver the address, I said, I was not elevated. I was merely appointed, and my feet remain on the ground. So I am not going to be one of these people who had high rank, who levitates up into the clouds. I have to stay right here. A recent conversation, and it's something I do from time to time. I happen to be at home. I'm retired, although I have consultancies. But I was at home, and I heard the garbage men at the gate. I live in a gated community. And I walked out there, and I happened to have maybe about 6 or 7 $500 bills on me. And I decided to carry it. And I thanked them, as I usually do, for coming to pick up the garbage. And I said to them, listen, I don't have any water to give you now, but each of you here is $500. Get yourself something to drink. And when you looked on their face, one of them said to me, what, Miss Llewellyn? Why, thank you, thank you. You know, a lot of people, and it's their garbage. They can't even take the smell, let alone to come and talk to us. Now imagine that. And it just reminded me how important it is to have humility. And at Christmas, I make sure that I have a drink of their choice for them. So I'm going to wind down. I mean, I could speak for the whole day. This is one of my favorite topics, but time is going. I want to talk to you about ethics and corruption. Nobody generally approaches you and says, hello, I'm here to corrupt you. It comes dressed much more attractively than that. It may be described as loyalty. It may be convenience. It may be how are things done. It may be what you can do for me. Someone may tell you not to make trouble, not to rock any boat, that everybody does it, or that there is no point being difficult about a small matter. You may be asked to overlook something, to sign something you have not properly verified or vetted, to give somebody an advantage they have not earned, or to remain silent about something you know is wrong. Those are the moments in which the idea of an ethical problem solver stops being language in a strategic plan and becomes something very real. Ethics is relatively easy when doing the right thing costs you nothing. Character is tested when there is something to be gained by compromising it. We live in a world in which human attention itself has become an extremely valuable commodity. We can communicate with people across the world in seconds, but I am not convinced that we have become equally skilled at understanding the person sitting across the table from us. We are now in a world, and I've seen my daughter and her friends do it. They all can be in a room, and they're talking to each other on the phone. And I remember one day I called, well, she hardly does it because she's a very sociable person. She had better be. But she does tell me of persons who constantly do it. Because ironically for some people, living with social media as their main companion has caused some people to retreat. And their social skills become very awkward and very poor. Being transformative in a Christ-centered future means that you have to make sure that your moral compass remains in good working order when others try to make it dysfunctional. Those of us from an earlier generation sometimes glorified exhaustion more than we should have. My 27-year-old daughter, Leah, who was gifted with this workaholic mother, never tires of telling me this. We treated very long hours almost as proof of seriousness and could give the impression that the person who left the office last must automatically be the most committed person in the building. However, hard work, she would be the first to admit, because she works as hard as me, matters enormously. My mother used to tell me, and I'm telling you, when you have the capacity to work hard, no one can use hard work to frighten you. And you will receive no argument from me about that. But wisdom requires balance. Know your family, preserve meaningful friendships, protect your health, make time for worship and reflection, and keep around you at least one person who is completely unimpressed by your title. That person becomes especially valuable, and I'm speaking from experience, when everybody else begins calling you boss and agreeing with everything you say, because every successful person needs somebody who is prepared to look at them and not be afraid to say, that makes no sense. So ultimately, you should have at least one person who can look at you and protect you from yourself. And I see these good people behind me, so I am going to wrap up now. If God places influence in your hands, do not close the door behind you. If He blesses you financially, remember generosity. If you are entrusted with leadership, remember accountability. And if you achieve exceptional success, do your best to remember where you came from and the people who helped you along the way. And I'll say to all of you, never back away from the challenges. The vicissitudes of life, the potholes are there for you. It's a part of life. Never back away. Learn how to manage stress in the job or in your social life, but especially in the job. A gentleman saw me in the supermarket a few years ago. I was DPP and I'm shopping. I'd left my bodyguards outside in the car. And he comes up to me and he says, "But Miss Llewellyn, what a nice smile you have." I said, "Thank you, sir." And then I'm picking up something and notice he's standing up there. So I said, "Is there anything else?" And he looks at me and says, "Miss Llewellyn, what a way this stress agree with you." So I say to all of you, especially the ladies, sometimes the stress can be better than makeup. Channel it in such a way, use your faith, and let it agree with you. Although I must confess, Mr. Samuel, since I have retired last year, so many people come up to me and say, "But Miss Llewellyn, what a way you look rested." And I say to them quickly, then it's somebody look pop down when I was DPP. So today, I'm calling on all of you, be that transformative beacon in a Christ-centered future. Try to make sure that any organization you become a part of, you bring value. Make decisions based on ethics and your values. A transformed mind is not simply a mind that knows more. It is a mind whose knowledge has begun to shape character, judgment, and conduct, not only for yourself, but for people who you will mentor. It produces excellence without arrogance, ambition without selfishness, professional competence with compassion, and a faith that equips a person to engage the real world rather than retreat from it. Remember your excellent motto, and I have to say it, Ubi Semper Decimus. Did I say it right? Where learning never ends. Until the day you die, learning must never end. The famous African-American inventor and founder of Tuskegee University in the USA, Booker T. Washington, said, "I have learned that success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles overcome while trying to succeed." Teachers, parents, guardians, well-wishers, remember, though the graduates have achieved a lot, this is just another stage of the journey. Continue to be their best mental health professionals. Continue to give that support as they continue to strive for excellence. Congratulations to all the graduates, the parents, guardians, and the teachers. This is the close of one chapter and the commencement of another in this business of life. Be positive. Never stop learning and evolving for the better. Retain your sense of humor. Be kind, be courteous, be resilient, be wise, be courageous. Cling to and lean on your faith. Be honest and strive for excellence always. Be the best citizen you can be for Jamaica, land we love. Congratulations to you all.
Madam Interim President, Dr. 𝐕𝐈𝐄𝐖. It gives me great pleasure to present to you today, August 9, 2026, 595 candidates for the conferral period December 2025 and August 2026, who, according to the records submitted to me by the University Registrar, has successfully completed their prescribed programs of study and are therefore eligible to receive diplomas or degrees from Northern Caribbean University. Each candidate has completed the prescribed course of study in one department and has earned a diploma or degree in harmony with the stipulations of the Accrediting Association of Seventh-day Adventist Schools, Colleges, and Universities, the University Council of Jamaica, the Council of Professions Supplementary to Medicine, the Nursing Council of Jamaica, and the Dental Council of Jamaica. The candidates will be presented by the deans of the colleges in the following order. Dr. Vincent Peterkin will present the doctoral candidate for the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Science. Then we have Dr. Marjorie Buckley for the College of Business and Management, and once again Dr. Peterkin for the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences.
Madam Interim President, I now present from the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences 2 candidates, one in absentia, who are eligible to receive the Doctor of Philosophy degree in Counseling Psychology from Northern Caribbean University. The candidates have completed the prescribed course of study in harmony with the stipulations of the Accrediting Association of Seventh-day Adventist Schools, Colleges, and Universities, and the University Council of Jamaica. Will the candidate for the Doctor of Philosophy in Counseling Psychology degree and his advisor please stand and approach the platform? Ian Ashley pursued a Doctor of Philosophy in Counseling Psychology, Marriage and Family Therapy emphasis. His topic, family climate, community violence, and behavioral outcomes, moderating effects of gender and living arrangements among urban Jamaican high school students. His advisor, Dr. Venice Madden, Chair, Department of Graduate Psychology.
Madam President, I now present from the College of Business and Management 112 candidates who are eligible to receive diplomas or degrees from Northern Caribbean University. Each candidate has completed the prescribed course of study in the college and has earned a diploma or degree in harmony with the stipulation of the Adventist Accrediting Association and the University Council of Jamaica. 3 of these candidates will be graduating in absentia. Will the MBA candidates from the College of Business and Management please stand and approach the platform? For the Masters in Business Administration, I present
Judith Williams. Tashina Weber. Tamarly Walters Gray. 𝐃𝐈𝐆𝐈𝐄𝐖 Small. Shakira Shand Jackson. Kenesha Scott McGee. Roxwell Lawrence. Trishana Gordon. Sheena Godoy. Talsia Barnes.
For the Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration, I present Please bear with this candidate. She was recently hospitalized, so she needs some assistance.
Michaela Dinal. Chevelle Faulkner. Janelle Davis. Okelia Coley. Okay. Janai Sims Mills. Michaelia Green. Jessica Jones, cum laude. Chelsea Brown. Fernando Broomfield.
Jelaine Clark. Shakira Spence.
Brianna Bartley, cum laude.
Lachey Williams, cum laude.
Stephen James.
Tamesia Scott.
Heather Esson Reese.
Sejean Jones Stewart.
Tia Moya Reed.
Danica Tomlin.
Romeo Day.
Tyra Gordon.
Davion Kane.
Stephanique Haynes.
Tashika Rowe.
Shaquila Wallace.
Katrina Edwards, cum laude.
Anicia Young.
Shamar Powell.
Anya Allen.
Givoni Lewis.
Rolissa Stevenson. Cum laude.
Xavier Reese.
Brianna Reynolds, cum laude.
Janelle Crawford.
Delissa Tennant Sargent.
Tressel Porteous.
Michaela McClacken.
Amelia Young.
Athalia Brown.
For the Associate of Science degree in Business Administration, I present
Suzette Blair.
Hawayne Kane.
Sharika Richards.
For the Bachelor of Science degree in Hospitality and Tourism Management, I present
Kimberly Alves.
Deidre Anderson, magna cum laude.
Brichelle Bonner, cum laude.
Tatiana Dawkins, cum laude.
Johanna Folks.
Akelia Newell.
for the Bachelor.
Elisa Riley.
Mahalia Thomas.
Aniki Walker, summa cum laude.
For the Bachelor of Science degree in Management Studies, I present
Mikalia McCoy, cum laude.
Janaya Fraser.
Wendy K. Bryson, cum laude.
Shaleigh Maxwell.
Kristen Peterkin.
Kalia Green. Conrad.
No. Shanoy Gentles, cum laude.
Conrad Wallace, cum laude.
Kelly Evans.
Jody Ann McFarlane Reed, cum laude.
Gabriel Large, cum laude.
Harleen Berry, magna cum laude.
Shaniqua Craig, magna cum laude.
Vanille Lynch.
Kiana Robertson.
Sonny Gay Rodney, cum laude.
LaSonia Hyatt, cum laude.
Kimberly Smith, cum laude.
Jody Ann Glenn, magna cum laude.
Irina Isania Hector.
Colinthia Valentine Marie.
Simone White Golding.
Serena Bennett, cum laude.
Atalia Anderson.
Nicholas Wright.
Nadira Lewis Walsh.
Janice Burton, cum laude.
Kimone Linton.
of Science degree in Hospitality and Tourism Management, I present
Amoy Henry.
Vanessa Myrie.
the graduates from the College of Business and Management a rousing round of applause.
Madam Interim President, I now present from the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences (134) other candidates who are eligible to receive diplomas or degrees from Northern Caribbean University. Each candidate has completed the prescribed course of study in one department and has earned a diploma or degree in harmony with the stipulations of the Accrediting Association of Seventh-day Adventist Schools, Colleges, and Universities, and the University Council of Jamaica. 11 of these candidates are graduating in absentia. Will the candidates for the Master of Science degree in Counseling Psychology please stand and approach the platform? For the Master of Science degree in Counseling Psychology, I present
Audrey Anderson.
Stacy Tuller.
May we have a round of applause for all graduate students. Will the candidates for the Bachelor of Science in Counseling please stand and approach the platform? For the degree Bachelor of Science in Counseling, I present
Moya Bailey.
Carrie-Ann Clark, cum laude.
Wayne Edwards.
Antoine Grant.
Shanique Smith.
Dana Watson.
Will the candidates for the Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice please stand and approach a platform? For the degree Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice, I present
Mandessa Smith.
Dana Lee Barrett.
Monique Robinson.
Janelle Pinckney.
Simran Samuels.
Lashan Lecky, cum laude.
Royan Francis.
Angele Fowler.
Ronaldo Forbes.
Anna Earl.
O'Neil Clark.
Christina Butler.
Deidre Williams.
Will the candidates for the Bachelor of Science in Guidance Counseling degree please approach the platform? For the degree Bachelor of Science in Guidance Counseling, I present
Nicholas Bryan.
Monica Gray Daly, cum laude.
Will the candidates for the Bachelor of Science in Psychology please approach the platform? For the Bachelor of Science degree in Psychology, I present
Patrice Blake, cum laude.
Nicoy Douglas.
Nadine Murray, magna cum laude.
Casey-Ann Robinson Beckford.
Shaquina Danvers, summa cum laude.
Britannia Rowe, magna cum laude.
Denardia Bogues, cum laude.
Janelia Glaive, cum laude.
Caitlin Williams.
Chrisan Gale, magna cum laude. Kevina Francis, cum laude.
Kiara Antoinette Francis, magna cum laude.
Teresa Hamilton, cum laude.
Courtney Faulkner.
Tony Ann Campbell, cum laude.
Kenya Bryan, cum laude.
Demoy Walters, cum laude.
Will the candidates for the Bachelor of Social Work degree approach the platform? For the degree Bachelor of Social Work, I present
Tevarno Roden.
Abigail Daly, magna cum laude.
Vanessa Campbell, cum laude.
Joel Brown.
Bridget Burrell Brown.
Janelle Campbell.
Shanna K. Cole Beckford, cum laude.
Garcia Coley.
Anastasia Crosdale.
Shanikia Cunningham, magna cum laude.
Nordia Smith, magna cum laude.
Peter Gay Scott, cum laude.
Arethia Robinson Samuels, magna cum laude.
Anicia Ricketts.
Brene Pusey, cum laude.
Tisha Powell Rumble.
Abigail Miller.
Donrique Marriott.
Norianne McLeod Smart.
Suan Griffiths.
Ochenice Gregg.
Michelle Finley, cum laude.
Talia Ferguson, magna cum laude.
Sherian Stevenson Jones.
Abigail Thompson, cum laude.
Aldane Watson.
Chantel Wedderburn, cum laude.
Alexia White.
D'Angelo White.
Kenisha Williams.
Kenise Williams, cum laude.
Marika Williams, cum laude.
Amishka Aikman.
Will the candidates for the Associate of Science in Social Work approach the platform? For the Associate of Science in Social Work, I present
DeAndrew Baker.
Kenneth Salmon.
Will the candidates for the Bachelor of Arts in Communication Studies approach the platform? For the Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication Studies, I present
Amoy Adams.
Akela Bailey.
Colleen Blake.
Shanae Brown.
Tajel Coley.
Tashay East.
Kadeen Ellis Simpson.
Kamika Francis.
Gabriel Morrison, cum laude.
Princess Francis.
Janelle Gray. Jonelle Green. Cum laude. My apologies. Prince Hartley.
Ramona Hollingsworth, cum laude.
Jada Jackson.
Ronil Lawrence.
Mark Lewis. Dejon Morris.
Chantel Neal.
Rochelle Pina, cum laude. Joel Samuels, cum laude.
Shamil Wilkie.
Renee Sewell. Carissa Shaw. Jade Smith.
Gabrielle Thomas.
Jordine Tucker.
Yannick Walker.
Letitia White.
Music.
Will the candidate for the Bachelor of Art in Music stand and approach the platform? For the degree Bachelor of Arts in Music, I present
Andre Green.
Will the candidate for the Associate of Arts in Music approach the platform? For the degree Associate of Arts, degree in Music, I present
Daniel Smith.
Will the candidate for the degree Bachelor of Arts in Spanish Studies approach a platform? For the Bachelor of Arts degree in Spanish Studies, I present
Claudia Campbell O'Connor, cum laude.
May I invite a round of applause for all graduates from the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences.
I now invite all the graduates to stand. Through the powers vested in me by the Board of Governors of Northern Caribbean University as interim president, and by the authority of the Accrediting Association of Seventh-day Adventist Schools, Colleges, and Universities, the University Council of Jamaica, the Joint Board of Teacher Education, the Council of Professions Allied to Medicine, the Nursing Council of Jamaica, the Dental Council of Jamaica, Jamaica Association of Professionals in Nutrition and Dietetics, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, I now confer on each of you the degree for which you have been presented. of Business and Management, the Master of Arts in Business Administration, the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality and Tourism Management, the Bachelor of Science in Management Studies, the Associate of Science in Business Administration, the Associate of Science in Hospitality Management, from the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences, the Doctor of Philosophy in Counseling Psychology, the Master of Science in Counseling Psychology, the Bachelor of Arts in Communication Studies, the Bachelor of Arts in Spanish Studies, the Bachelor of Arts in Music, the Bachelor of Science in Counseling, the Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice, the Bachelor of Science in Guidance and Counseling, the Bachelor of Science in Psychology, the Bachelor of Arts in Social Work, the Associate of Arts in Communication Studies, the Associate of Science in Social Work, the Associate of Arts in Music, with all the rights, privileges, and honors thereunto appertaining, on this, the 9th day of the month of August, in the year of our Lord, 2026. Congratulations, class of 2026. You may now shift your tassels.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, graduates, I invite you to take your programs in hand and turn to page 25. Together, we will recite the Graduates Service Pledge. We'll go together after 2, 1, 2. Today, as I graduate from Northern Caribbean University, I pledge to maintain in my personal life and professional practice the moral and ethical principles taught by this institution, and I will, with God's help, do so wherever I am called to serve. In all my dealings, I will conduct myself with honesty and integrity, always taking responsibility for my actions and respecting the rights, opinions, and dignity of all. I will seek to apply the knowledge, experience, and skills I have acquired to build up any organization of which I am a part, advancing its well-being, that of my profession and of the society as a whole. I will strive to better my community through active participation and good citizenship. I will commit myself to keeping abreast of developments in my chosen field, embracing the value of lifelong learning. I will be a loyal ambassador of Northern Caribbean University, always seeking to promote its welfare and maintain its reputation, while striving always to provide committed professional service to country and to God. May the Lord help us to keep this pledge.
A commencement ceremony celebrates achievement, but its most meaningful voices are those chosen to represent the entire journey of the graduating class. Today, we have the distinct privilege of hearing from 2 exceptional scholars who have earned that honor. Representing the undergraduate and graduate classes of 2026, they exemplify academic excellence, perseverance, faith, and servant leadership. Through their reflections, they will share not only their personal journeys, but also the experiences, the challenges, and aspirations of their graduating class. It is my honor to first present our undergraduate valedictorian, Miss Shaquina Danvers. A proud lifelong product of Adventist Christian education, Miss Danvers graduates summa cum laude with a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and a minor in Family Life Education. She distinguished herself through academic excellence, student leadership, and her service as Vice President of Academics for the Psychology Students Association. Shaquina is also the founder of She Will Bloom and aspires to become a child and adolescent clinical psychologist. Following her address, we will hear from our graduate valedictorian, Miss Audrey Anderson. Graduating with a GPA of 3.85 and a Master's of Science in Counseling Psychology, Miss Anderson has exemplified academic excellence, perseverance, and Christ-centered service. She is the proud mother of one son, Joshua, and her dedication to her church, community, and profession reflects the values of integrity and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our valedictorians, Miss Shaquina Danvers and Miss Audrey Anderson.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, proud families and friends, good afternoon. My fellow graduates of the class of 2026, how are you feeling? Woo! After everything we've been through, I don't think we're just celebrating graduation. We're celebrating survival. Yeah. Every one of us came to NCU with a dream. But this beacon on the hill wasn't interested in whether we had just a dream like Martin Luther King. This beacon wanted to know whether that dream had stamina. And after the system hack, the disappearing grades when Hebrews 11 verse 1 became more than a memory verse. Who knows that text? For faith is the substance of things and the evidence of things. Because those grades were hoped for but definitely not seen. And then came Hurricane Melissa. I'd say that we've proven that even though we little And while all of that was happening, I know that this graduation ceremony felt less like a guaranteed ceremony and more like a prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. But today, brothers and sisters, or should I say class of 2026, the prophecy has been fulfilled. And that is why this year's theme belongs to us: transformed minds for Christ-centered futures. We did not simply complete university, we became different along the way. Some changed majors or minors, I did. Some changed career paths, some changed friendships, and some changed so much had entry today depended on their freshman student IDs. Some of us might still be outside. But that's not the transformation I'm talking about. Transformed minds for Christ-centered futures. As a lifelong product of Seventh-day Adventist Christian education, I finally understood Ellen G. White's words. The work of education and the work of redemption are one. You see, God didn't just bring us here to earn degrees. He brought us here to become the kind of people He could trust with those degrees. You see, while we were earning credits, God was correcting character. While we were preparing for careers, He was preparing us for a calling. While we kept asking, Lord, when will I finish? He kept asking, who will you be when you do? Because a degree can certify competence, but only Christ can shape character. We can graduate with honors and still dishonor people. We can know scripture and still fail to show compassion. We can be educated, decorated, highly celebrated, and still leave unelevated. But a transformed mind, class of 2026, does not only know more, it chooses better. It asks whose life will be better because God allowed me to succeed. That is what NCU did for us. Give NCU any boy, any girl, and watch them walk out as men and women transformed with reputable character and ambition. Look around you, graduates. Men and women who cannot be bought or sold. Men and women who call sin by its right name. Because we are the head and not the tail. Let me tell you something. The world is not short of qualified people. It is short of transformed people. Yes, our degrees may open doors, but our character will determine what happens once we walk through those doors. Class of 2026, we are the evidence. So let us leave this hill as living evidence. When I raise my folder, I want you to raise your voice and shout, evidence. That interruption cannot cancel purpose. That pressure can produce power. That when Christ transforms a mind, He transforms a future. Class of 2026, we are the... We came to NCU with a dream. Life tested it, challenges stretched it, but this university refined it, and God transformed it. And now look at us. Look at us, transformed minds for Christ-centered futures. Congratulations, class of 2026. We did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished faculty, honored guests, esteemed alumni, proud families and friends, and my fellow graduates of the class of 2026, good afternoon. Have you ever watched a potter at work? The potter takes what appears to be an ordinary lump of clay and transforms it into something extraordinary. As I reflected on our journey to this day, I realized perhaps that is exactly what God has been doing in our lives. When we started at Northern Caribbean University, we came with dreams. Some of us with questions, uncertainties, however, hope for the future. We came believing we were here to earn a degree, and today, by God's grace, we have. But somewhere between orientation and graduation, God was doing something greater than preparing us for a career. He was transforming us. And that, I believe, is the true meaning of our graduation theme. Transform minds for Christ-centered future. Yes, education expands the mind, but transformation shapes the person. And transformed people are exactly what the world needs. As I look across this gymnatorium, I don't just see graduates. I see stories no transcript will ever record. I see miracles wearing mortarboards. I see answered prayers, resilience, perseverance, and I see what transformation looks like. Some of us tried to balance work, families, ministries, rigorous writing of research papers and theses, and for my psychology colleagues, those daunting practicum hours. However, we knew that we had to survive. Some of us grieved the loss of loved ones. Others wondered whether they had enough strength, enough resources, or even whether they belonged. Yet, here we are. Not because the journey was easy, but because God made a way. When our backs were against the wall and it looked as if it was over, He made a way. We graduate into a world that is shaped by artificial intelligence, AI, rapid technological changes and challenges no previous generation has faced. However, there is one quality, my fellow graduates, that no technology can replace: character. No algorithm can create compassion. No machine can manufacture integrity. Here at NCU, we learned another kind of AI: authenticity and integrity. We did not arrive here alone. As the beacon on the hill, Northern Caribbean University did more than prepare us for professions. It challenged us to pursue excellence and taught us to place Christ at the center of our lives. To our families, spouses, children, parents, friends, thank you. Thank you for your prayers and unwavering support. Your sacrifices may never appear on our academic records, but they are written on our hearts. Thank you. Let us put our hands together. To our lecturers, mentors, and faculty, thank you. Thank you for believing in us, for challenging us, and importantly, thank you for caring and understanding the uniqueness of a graduate student without compromising standards. Your investment shaped not only our minds, but also our character. After all, NCU bills? After all, NCU bills? My fellow graduates, today is called Commencement for a reason. It is not the end. It is the beginning. Life now becomes the classroom, and our futures will not be measured by titles or salaries, but who we have become. Will we choose integrity when compromise is easier? Will we choose kindness when indifference is more convenient? Those are the exams that truly matter. And so we return to the potter. The potter has shaped us. Now, the question is, what will he do through us? Class of 2026, we did it. Yes, we did. Let me hear you say, we did it. Yes, we did. But we did it through Christ who strengthens us. So as we leave this noble institution, let us leave with more than degrees. Let us leave with courage, integrity, and compassion. And may history remember the class of 2026, that we did not just receive degrees, but we became living testimonies of transformed minds, building Christ-centered futures. Congratulations. May God bless Northern Caribbean University, the beacon on the hill. May God bless the graduating class of 2026. Now go and light your world.
Yes, you did it. Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen on the platform and in the audience, whether physically or virtually, boys and girls, good afternoon. I am very proud to be an alumnus of Northern Caribbean University. And in that breath, let me first commend you, graduates, on your various milestones. You have worked incredibly hard to get to where you are today, and I'm very proud of you. Nonetheless, today marks a shift in the way you think. You are no longer students. You are now members of the global alumni body. It is significant because many graduates get their first job through the alumni network. Many graduates are consistently and constantly mentored by the alumni body. And that is very important. In Jamaica, 16% of the labor force has tertiary education. And about 18 to 25% of the population is exposed to tertiary education. What is the significance of that where you are concerned? It is very significant because you, as well as many of us graduates, have a responsibility to change the dynamics. We are responsible to get the figures up. One way we can do that is, first of all, remain connected. Get involved. Make sure you leave forwarding information. That is your email address, your telephone numbers, so we can connect. It is very important. And while I ask you to stand for the pledge, I'm all asking other graduates to stand with you so we can do the alumni pledge. Please turn to page 25, where we're going to do the pledge together. Please stand. And we're gonna do it together. After 3, 1, 2, 3. We hereby pledge our loyalty to Northern Caribbean University, our alma mater, and the high Christian ideals upon which she was established. We pledge to nurture, support, and give generously of our professional expertise in helping her to achieve plans and projects that she may propose to advance our society and to improve the standard of living. We recommit ourselves to her continued progress through our support of alumni chapters and other forms of expressions of gratitude for the way in which she has helped us to. We will ensure that for students and the generation yet unborn, our alma mater will be able to Thank you very much.
Let me invite you to bow your heads for the benediction. Eternal God, our Father, the source of all wisdom, truth, and understanding, we thank you, Lord, for bringing us to this sacred moment of celebration and accomplishment. As these graduates leave this place, may they go forth not merely with degrees in their hands, but with transformed minds, consecrated hearts, and Christ-centered lives. May the knowledge, Lord, they have gained become wisdom for service. May their education become an instrument of ministry. May their achievements, Father, become opportunities to glorify your name. In a world that will constantly seek to shape their thinking, renew, Lord, their minds by your Spirit. When the future for them is uncertain, O God, be their confidence. When choices are difficult, Lord, be their wisdom. When success comes, Father, keep them humble. When disappointment comes their way, help them to remain faithful. And when opportunity calls, O God, give them courage to answer with conviction, excellence, and integrity. May they, Father, never measure success merely by the positions they will attain, the titles they will carry, or the possessions they acquire, but by the lives they will touch, the truth they will uphold, and the service they will render, and the Christ they are called to reveal. As these, your sons and daughters, step into the unknown future, God, go with them, giving them transformed minds by truth. Help them, Lord, to have hearts anchored in Christ, hands prepared for service, and lives committed to purpose. You, God, have begun a good work in them. We ask, Father, that you'll continue to shape them. You, Christ, have been before them. We ask, Lord, that you'll continue to prepare the way for them. Be beside them, Lord, to strengthen them for their journey. Behind them, oh God, to guide their steps. And within them, Father, to guide every decision that they will make. And now, may the Lord bless you, graduates, and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Peace with transformed minds. Peace to build Christ-centered futures until learning becomes a service, service becomes witness, and achievement becomes an offering to the glory of God. Father, go with them so that they will think deeply, serve faithfully, lead courageously, and live Christ-centeredly. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 commencement of Northern Caribbean University has ended.